Welcome back, my friend. If this story keeps you company tonight, a like helps more than you'd think. It's how these stories find their way to more people like you. Now let's get into it. My name is Diego Salazar, and for 16 years, I have worked as a law enforcement ranger for the National Park Service in Big Cypress National Preserve, a stretch of the Florida Everglades most people picture, if they picture it at all, as an endless flat expanse of sawgrass with nothing much in it worth being afraid of. I want to correct that impression a little before I tell you what happened out there, because the Everglades is not empty, and it is not simple, and the particular kind of fear this place produces is not the kind most of the horror stories people tell about mountains and dark forests ever quite prepare you for. There are no ridgelines out here to get your bearings from. There is only water, and grass, and cypress, repeating in every direction until the horizon gives out, and a person who loses their sense of direction in the middle of it can walk for a very long time before realizing they've been walking in a slow, wide circle the whole way. The heat and the insects do their own work on a person too, wearing down judgment in ways cold country never quite manages, patient rather than sudden, which I have come to believe makes this country's particular danger considerably harder for outsiders to respect until they've already learned the hard way why the old backcountry families never underestimated it. I grew up not far from the eastern edge of this preserve, in a family that fished and hunted this same water long before I ever pinned on a badge. And I think part of why I took this job, beyond the plain fact that I loved this country before, understood it well enough to fear any part of it, was a wish to see it protected the way it deserved, rather than drained and paved the way so much of the rest of the state has been over my own lifetime. My grandfather used to take me out on a flat-bottom skiff before I was old enough to hold a paddle properly myself, teaching me to read water depth by the color of it, and wind direction by the way the sawgrass leaned, lessons that have saved me more than once in this job in ways no academy training ever quite managed to replicate. He used to tell me, half joking and half not, that the Glades kept its own accounting of who respected it and who didn't, and that the difference showed up eventually, one way or another, for everyone who spent enough time out here. Part of my job for the past several years has involved supporting the state's invasive species removal effort, specifically the ongoing push to control the Burmese python population that has spread through this ecosystem badly enough to have measurably reduced native mammal populations across large sections of the preserve. What started decades ago as a handful of escaped or released pets has become, by any honest scientific accounting, one of the more significant ecological crises this ecosystem has faced in my lifetime. And the removal program, whatever its limits, represents some of the most sustained, genuinely difficult field work happening anywhere in this preserve. Permitted hunters, both agency staff and specially licensed civilians, work these backcountry sloughs and strands, searching them out, often at night when pythons are most active, wading and boating through country that offers no easy footing and considerably less mercy for a careless step. My role, several days a month, is providing backcountry security and general support for that effort, mostly meaning I keep radio contact, help coordinate airboat logistics, and stay available in case anyone gets into trouble in terrain that swallows. Help almost as completely as it swallows sound. I want to tell you about Bo Tillman, a permitted python hunter who'd been working this preserve for going on 4 years by the time everything I'm about to describe happened, experienced enough with this specific kind of backcountry work that his disappearance genuinely alarmed people who knew him in a way a newer hunter's absence might not have. Bo had grown up fishing this same water with his own father, the way plenty of people in this program had, and had taken to python hunting the way some people take to a calling rather than a job, proud, by every account his friends gave me, of the actual measurable difference the work made for the native wading birds and small mammals this preserve depended on. He built a modest following posting his catches online, mostly local viewers, and a handful of wildlife enthusiasts from further afield. And his hunting partner told me Bo genuinely believed, without a trace of self-importance about it, that every good clip of a big python pulled off this land was worth more to the ecosystem than any single conversation he could have had trying to explain the crisis to someone who'd never set foot out here themselves. Bo had gone out solo on his airboat one morning into a remote section of Cyprus, strand a good 90 minutes from the nearest boat landing. An area locals call, informally, Sisal Strand, for a small stand of old sisal plants left behind by a failed agricultural venture decades before any of this became protected land. He'd checked in by radio around midday, reporting nothing unusual, and had failed to check in again by his expected return time that evening. When repeated radio calls went unanswered, his hunting partner for that week, a younger man who'd stayed behind at the landing with equipment trouble, called it in, and I was among the first responders dispatched to search. We found Bo's airboat a little before dark, adrift and idling in open water at the edge of a broad sawgrass prairie, engine still running on fumes. No sign of Bo anywhere aboard or in the immediate area we could search before losing the light. I want to describe that boat exactly as I found it, because the specific, ordinary wrongness of it has stayed with me longer than almost any other single image from that whole search. His gear was still stowed neatly, catchpole and collection bag both secured the way an experienced hunter keeps them. Nothing thrown or scattered the way you'd expect from any kind of struggle. His water bottle sat upright in its holder, still half full. It looked, more than anything, like a boat whose operator had simply stepped off it for a moment and never come back, except that we were in open water nearly 100 yards from the nearest solid ground in any direction. Water deep enough in most eel spots to make stepping off that boat, for any reason short of genuine emergency, a decision no experienced hunter would make lightly. Bo wore a small helmet-mounted camera most days, a common enough habit among hunters who post footage online partly for the education of it, and partly, plainly, for the audience it built for their work. We recovered that camera still clipped to a spare helmet in the boat's dry box, and the department's technical staff pulled the footage the following day, once we were back in cell range and able to get it to someone with the right equipment. Most of the recording was exactly what you'd expect. Competent, methodical footage of Bo working a section of strand, checking likely python basking spots, narrating quietly to an audience that wasn't there yet, pointing out a barred owl at one point, with the easy, practiced enthusiasm of someone who genuinely loved the work he was showing people. The final several minutes, though, show him slowing his pace considerably, his narration dropping off almost entirely, the camera's microphone picking up what our audio technician described as a low, resonant call from somewhere off to the camera's left, structured enough to sound intentional, repeated twice within about a minute of each other. Bo's own voice, in the final clear words on that recording, says only that he's going to go take a look at something, before the footage cuts to an extended stretch of moving, disoriented camera work, sawgrass and cypress trunks blurring past too, fast to make sense of, his breathing audible and increasingly ragged on the audio track, and then nothing at all. I watched that final stretch of footage more times than I probably should have over the following weeks, trying to pull some usable detail out of the blur that our technical staff hadn't already flagged. A shape, a color, anything solid enough to build a description around. I never found one. The camera catches in one brief half-second near the very end, a break in the sawgrass ahead of him that could be nothing more than wind, or could be something considerably larger passing through it, and I have shown that half-second to more people than I'd care to admit, none of whom, myself included, has ever offered a reading of it they were fully willing to commit to. I called Officer Deb Ochoa the following morning, a Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission officer I'd worked alongside on python removal logistics for several years by that point, someone I considered both a genuine friend and one of the VO more careful, credentialed voices in that whole program. I wanted her read on the footage before I let myself form too firm an opinion of my own. Deb had spent close to a decade building the Python program into something the state legislature actually funded properly, testifying at hearings, coordinating with wildlife biologists across 3 different agencies, turning what had started as a scattered volunteer effort into one of the more organized invasive species programs in the entire country. I understood, watching her face while that footage played, exactly how much she had riding on this program's reputation staying clean and credible. And I understood, too, that her reaction wasn't born out of any genuine indifference to Bo's safety, but out of a very real, very reasonable fear that one viral clip could undo years of careful, unglamorous, institutional work. She watched it twice in my truck, at the boat landing, headphones pressed tight against her ears both times, her expression giving away almost nothing until she finally pulled them off. Her first reaction wasn't disbelief exactly, but something closer to immediate, practical concern for what the footage could do to a removal program she'd spent years helping build public support for. "If this gets out looking the way it looks," she told me, handing my tablet back, "every python hunter in this program is going to spend the rest of the season fielding questions about monsters instead of doing the actual work that's kept this ecosystem from getting worse than it already is. I need you to be careful how this gets characterized in any official report." I want to be fair to her position, the same way I've tried to be fair to every doubter in every account like this I've ever had to give. She wasn't wrong that public perception of this program mattered. And she wasn't wrong that an unexplained sound on a helmet camera doesn't remotely constitute proof of anything beyond an unexplained sound. She offered, over the following days, several genuinely plausible readings of that audio. A large gator's bellow, distorted by the camera's cheap microphone. A distant airboat engine's whine catching the wind wrong. Even at one point another hunter working the same strand without radioing his position clearly. I checked every one of those leads myself, running down radio logs and cross-referencing every other permit holder working that section of preserve that same week. None of them held up against the recording's actual timestamps and locations once we cross-referenced them properly. Though Deb, to her credit, never stopped offering new ones even as the old ones fell away. And I came to respect, over that stretch of days, just how genuinely hard she worked to find an explanation she could live with before she ever let herself consider one she couldn't. The search for Bo Tillman stretched across the following 4 days. Airboats and a helicopter both working grid patterns across country that resists grid, searching about as thoroughly as any terrain in this country can. Sawgrass Prairie offers almost nothing in the way of landmarks from above, one wide green expanse folding into the next. And our helicopter pilot told me more than once over those days that he'd never worked a search this frustrating in a career that included plenty of mountain and desert terrain most people would assume was harder. Dogs proved almost entirely useless on this terrain too, standing water breaking up scent trails within hours, in a way that this environment's own handlers had warned us about before we'd even deployed them. One more small, ordinary way this particular landscape resists every standard tool this job usually relies on. On the second day of that search, one of the volunteer boat crews reported hearing a call they couldn't identify. Distant and low. Somewhere off toward the western edge of the search grid, close enough in description to what Bo's helmet camera had captured that Deb and I drove out together that same afternoon to interview them directly. They were experienced airboat operators, not the type to spook easily or embellish for attention, and their account matched Bo's recording closely enough on the specific rising, almost scream quality of the final note that neither Deb nor I found. Much comfort in the corroboration. That same afternoon, a separate ground team working a small hammock roughly a mile inland from where Bo's airboat had been recovered found what our incident report eventually described as a temporary staging site a spare day pack, a coil of rope, and a partly eaten ration bar, tucked into the shade of a strangler fig the way an experienced hunter sets up a resting point on solid ground before continuing on foot. Most of that site showed exactly the kind of disturbance you'd expect this environment to produce on its own within a couple of days. Raccoon tracks through the food wrapper, a black vulture's tracks, and a single dropped feather near the pack itself. Animals that will investigate any unattended human gear in this preserve within hours given the chance. One item from that site, though, a spare catch-pole bow had apparently been carrying as backup, was not found anywhere near that resting site at all, and turned up instead the following day, wedged upright into the natural hollow of a cypress knee, nearly 70 yards further into the strand, undamaged, standing at a height and an angle no falling branch or curious animal reasonably explains. I documented that detail exactly as we found it, distance and condition both, and I have never been offered, by anyone on that search team or since, a mundane account of it I found fully convincing. We recovered nothing beyond that catchpole and a single dropped glove, roughly consistent with Bo's size, snagged in sawgrass a considerable distance further on, in a location that told us he'd covered real ground on foot before whatever happened to him next, but told us nothing at all about which direction he'd gone after that. I want to tell you about my own night out there on the third evening of that search, because it's the part of this account I still find hardest to describe without sounding like I'm exaggerating something that, in the moment, felt entirely mundanely real. I was working a strand adjacent to where Bo's boat had been found, alone on the third evening of the search, when my own airboat's engine choked and died in the middle of a broad open prairie, a good half-mile from the nearest solid ground. Fouled? As I'd determined later, by debris pulled into the intake from water thick with decaying sawgrass. Radio contact held, which was the one mercy of that whole evening, but the nearest boat capable of reaching me wasn't going to manage it before full dark, and staying put in an open boat, on water this shallow and this exposed, wasn't a survivable option once the temperature dropped and the tide's slow pull started working against my anchor. I made the decision, one I have turned over many times since, to wade toward a tree island I could see rising darkly out of the sawgrass, perhaps 400 yards off, a hammock of cypress and cabbage palm that would at least put solid dry ground down under me for the night. Waist-deep water in the Everglades after dark is its own particular kind of danger. Alligators and water moccasins both moving through that same water on their own business, and I moved as carefully and as quietly as 400 yards of flooded sawgrass allows, which is to say not quietly at all, every step announcing itself in a soft, sucking rhythm that carried, I was certain, considerably further than I wanted it to. The light was almost entirely gone by the time I started across, the sawgrass turning from green to black around me, the tree island ahead of me barely more than a darker smudge against a sky still holding the last thin band of orange along the horizon. I want to tell you honestly what happened about halfway across that stretch of water. I became aware, in the particular way you become aware of things at the edge of your hearing rather than the center of it, that my own wading rhythm had a second rhythm running alongside it, off to my right, matching my pace closely enough that for a long stretch I genuinely could not convince myself it was only an echo of my own movement bouncing off the tree line. I stopped, fully, water settling back to stillness around my legs, and I counted, silently, to what felt like a full slow 10 before I let myself move again. It stopped too, a half beat behind me, close enough that I heard, or believed I heard. Water settling around a considerably larger set of legs than my own, coming to rest at roughly the same moment mine did. I did not run. I want to be honest that running through waist-deep water in the dark, in country holding the particular hazards this country holds, was never a real option regardless of what instinct wanted. and I have wondered since how much of my own stillness. That night was genuine composure, and how much was simply the physics of the situation making the decision for me. I called out, the way training and I suppose some instinct both told me to, identifying myself as a park ranger, keeping my voice level and considerably more confident than I actually felt. Nothing answered in words. The second rhythm resumed a few moments later, still pacing me, still just close enough at the edge of my hearing to refuse to fully resolve into anything I could swear to. The final 100 yards of that crossing are, if I'm honest, the stretch I remember least clearly and think about most often, some strange combination that I suspect anyone who's lived through a genuinely frightening stretch of time will recognize. Adrenaline compressing the experience into something both vivid and incomplete at once. I remember the water shallowing gradually beneath me, the ground firming from soft muck into something closer to sand. The black wall of cypress ahead resolving slowly into individual trunks I could actually distinguish from one another. I remember the second rhythm falling away sometime in that final stretch, though I could not tell you the exact moment it stopped, only that by the time my hands found the first solid root at the hammock's edge, the water around me had gone quiet. Again, holding nothing but my own ragged breathing and the ordinary night sounds of insects starting up all around me as though nothing at all had happened. I reached that hammock a considerably longer while later than 400 yards should have taken, climbed onto solid ground with a relief I am not sure I have words adequate to describe, and spent the remainder of that night with my back against the widest cypress trunk I could find, sidearm within easy reach but never drawn, listening to movement circle the edge of that small island through timber and undergrowth for a stretch of hours. I have never been able to make myself precisely clock. It never once crossed onto the hammock itself. I do not know why. I have a theory, offered to me some weeks later by a man who has spent considerably more of his life thinking about this question than I have, and I'll tell you what he told me shortly. I want to describe that night on the hammock a little further, because the waiting itself carried its own particular weight, separate from the crossing that preceded it. I kept my headlamp off for most of those hours, trusting my night vision over any light that would only announce my exact position to whatever was still moving somewhere beyond the tree line. And I remember the strange, suspended quality of sitting. In that near total dark, every rustle of palm frond or distant splash, sending my pulse up before my slower mind could sort ordinary Everglades night sounds from anything worth real alarm. Somewhere well past midnight, the movement I'd been tracking along the hammock's edge went still for long enough that I allowed myself, cautiously, to believe it might finally have moved on for good. It never fully resumed after that, though I did not trust that stillness enough to actually close my eyes until the sky had started genuinely graying toward dawn. Backup reached me a little after first light, and I want to tell you that the relief of seeing another boat's running lights cut across that prairie toward me ranks among the more purely grateful moments of my entire career. We found Bo Tillman on the 5th day of the search, alive on a tree island himself, a considerably larger one nearly 3 miles from where his airboat had been recovered, severely dehydrated and disoriented but stable enough, once our medical team reached him, that his overall prognosis was good. I want to tell you honestly that finding him alive at all, after that many days exposed in this environment with no supplies beyond whatever he'd been carrying, struck every experienced searcher on that team as something close to miraculous given the irregular odds we'd all quietly stopped saying out loud by that point. A search of that size and duration, in this kind of terrain, most often ends with a recovery rather than a rescue. And I want you to understand that every person on that team, myself included, had spent the previous 2 days quietly bracing for exactly that outcome without ever saying so out loud to each other. I was part of the small ground team that reached him first, wading the final stretch through shallow water onto the island itself, and I remember the particular sound he made when he first registered we were actually there. not quite a word closer, to a long-released breath he'd apparently been holding for longer than any of us could fully appreciate. He was curled against the base of a large strangler fig, sunburned badly despite the shade. His clothes torn in several places from what our medics assumed was simple wear from days of unprotected travel through dense brush. He was coherent enough to say his own name and confirm his identity almost immediately, which our lead medic told me afterward was itself a genuinely good sign given how many days he'd been without water. Bo would not tell us, that day or in the weeks that followed, what had happened to him between the last clear words on his helmet camera and the moment we found him. He told the responding medical team only that he'd gotten turned around, that the strand had looked wrong somehow once he'd left his boat, and that he genuinely could not account for how he'd covered the distance between where he'd started and the island where we eventually found him, a distance that, by any reasonable accounting of a man traveling on foot through that terrain over that many days, should not have been physically difficult to cover, and yet somehow was the single detail he seemed least able or willing to explain. When I visited him myself, once he was stable and back in cell range, sitting up in a hospital bed with color slowly returning to his face, he answered every question about the search itself calmly and in detail, thanking each member of the team by name, asking after the helicopter pilot specifically. He went entirely quiet, every single time, whenever I gently steered the conversation toward what he remembered from those days alone. His eyes moving to the window rather than to me, his hands going still in his lap in a way that felt, to someone who has watched a lot of people describe a lot of hard things in this job, less like someone struggling to remember and more like someone who remembered perfectly well and had already decided, privately and completely, that the memory wasn't going any further than the inside of his own head. I tried once, gently, to ask whether the catchpole we'd recovered from that cypress knee meant anything to him, whether he remembered leaving it there, or could account for it anyway at all. He looked at me directly for the first time since I'd raised the subject of those missing days, held my gaze for a long moment, and then told me quietly that he didn't remember leaving it anywhere, and that he'd appreciate it if we didn't talk about that particular detail again. I never raised it with him a second time. I did not push him. I've interviewed enough survivors of enough different kinds of ordeal in this job to recognize the specific closed quality of a silence that isn't confusion, and isn't shock exactly either, but something closer to a decision, made once and held to since. The official finding on Bo Tillman's case was disorientation and dehydration resulting from becoming lost in trackless, featureless backcountry terrain. A finding I have no real evidence to contest, and no particular wish to. It is, I should say, a genuinely common and genuinely sufficient explanation for plenty of Everglades disappearances that never involve anything stranger than bad luck and an unforgiving landscape, and I want to be careful not to let one unusual case make me forget how often that ordinary explanation turns out to be the whole and complete truth. Bo did not resume python hunting. He sold his airboat within the month and moved, I understand, considerably further north, away from this particular stretch of Florida entirely, taking a job. His old hunting partner told me, doing something unrelated to wildlife work altogether. Something with regular hours and, I have to assume, considerably drier ground underfoot. I want to tell you about the conversation I had with Cotton Hendry, an old gladesman in his 90s by the time I sought him out, one of the last living men who'd made an actual working living off this backcountry the old way, hunting and guiding. Through it before most of it became protected preserve at all. A ranger colleague who'd grown up in the area gave me his name, telling me if anyone still living could speak honestly to the old stories, it would be him, and warning me, half joking, that he didn't suffer fools or hurried questions gladly. It took me the better part of 2 weeks and a couple of unanswered phone calls before I finally managed to arrange that visit, and I remember driving out there wondering whether the whole trip would turn out to be worth the trouble. He met me on the porch of a small house well back off the main road, sharp-eyed and unhurried in the way I've come to associate with people who've spent a genuinely long life paying close attention to a single piece of ground. A hand-carved cypress of ground. A hand-carved cypress. Cane resting against his rocking chair that he told me, almost as an aside, he'd made himself the better part of 60 years earlier. He offered me sweet tea before I'd even finished introducing myself properly, poured from a glass pitcher that had clearly been sitting in the shade of that porch all afternoon. And I remember thinking, taking that first sip, that whatever else came in of the conversation, I'd at least been raised well enough myself to know a genuine welcome when I was handed one. The house sat at the edge of a stand of old cabbage palms he told me his grandfather had planted, and he spent the first several minutes of our conversation walking me through the property's history before I'd managed to steer us anywhere near the reason I'd actually come. A patience I came to understand by the end of that afternoon wasn't stalling at all, but simply the correct pace for a man who'd learned everything he knew about this country by never once rushing his attention past what was directly in front of him. He listened to my account of that night with the same unhurried patience he'd brought to the rest of our conversation, nodding at the right moments, never once interrupting to question a detail. He told me his own father had talked about something moving through these strands and prairies going back to his earliest memory of this country, something the old backcountry families mostly just called the thing in the grass, treated with the same practical, unromantic respect they gave a big gator or a sudden squall, worth real caution, not worth abandoning a livelihood over. He said his father claimed to have glimpsed it exactly once himself, crossing an open prairie at dusk in 3 or 4 long, unhurried strides that covered ground no man his father had ever known could cover on foot, gone into a strand before he'd ever known. Fully registered what he was looking at. A story told with such plain, unembellished conviction that I found myself sitting on that porch, unable to write it off the easy way I might have written off a stranger's tale told for effect. Difference between it and a gator, Cotton told me, working a toothpick slowly between his teeth, is a gator's not curious about you past whether you're food. This is. Every account I ever heard growing up said the same thing you're telling me, that it'll pace a man a good long while, close enough to feel, and then just let him alone once he's found solid ground, more often than not. My daddy always said it was testing whether you'd hold steady or come apart, and that most men who come apart out here don't need a monster's help doing it. The Glades will do that job for it plenty well enough on their own. I asked him carefully what he thought had actually happened to Bo Tillman during those missing days. He was quiet for a long moment, turning that toothpick over once more, looking out past me toward the tree line at the edge of his own small clearing, before he told me he didn't reckon it was his place to guess at another man's silence, and that in his considerable experience, a man who comes back from something like that and chooses not to talk about it has usually got better reasons for the silence than anyone listening has for wanting it broken. He walked me out to my truck once our conversation had run its course, moving slower than he had crossing the porch earlier, leaning a little more on that cypress cane than he'd needed to before. He added, almost as an afterthought as I was climbing in, that in 90-some years of hearing stories like mine, he'd never once heard of anyone who held their ground getting seriously hurt for it. Only men who ran, or men who went out looking for a bite. The thing had never offered them in the first place. He told me one more thing before I pulled away, that his own father had lived to be well past 90 himself, without a single regret about any of it, and that the secret, near as his father had ever explained it to him, wasn't bravery so much as plain respect. The same respect you'd extend to a big gator sunning on a bank, or a storm building faster than the forecast promised. You didn't have to love it. You only had to take it seriously enough not to insult it with your fear. I still work this preserve, and I still support the python removal effort most months. and I have never once in all the seasons since worked a strand near Sizzle Strand without my own pace slowing a little once the light starts going, listening, without quite admitting to myself that I'm doing it, for a second rhythm somewhere off to the side of my own. Deb Ochoa and I still work together regularly, and to her credit, she has never once brought up her original concern about the program's public image again, not after everything that followed. She did, quietly, without ever making a formal announcement of it, start recommending that hunters working the more remote strands travel in pairs whenever staffing allowed. A policy nobody at the agency has ever officially attributed to anything beyond ordinary backcountry safety, and one I have never once heard her explain further than that. I still carry Cotton Hendry's advice with me more than I'd probably admit to anyone at the district office. The same way I imagine rangers in considerably colder parts of this country carry their own version of it from their own old-timers. Hold your ground. Don't run. Trust that solid footing, however you define it in whatever terrain you happen to be standing in, tends to be respected in a way panic never is. I keep a small folding stool clipped to my airboat now that I never used to carry. Nothing dramatic. Just a place to sit and steady myself if I ever find myself waiting out engine trouble on open water again, rather than standing the whole way I did that night. I keep a spare handheld radio in a dry bag too, redundant by any official standard the department requires, purchased entirely on my own dime the month after that search ended. It is a small practical thing, the kind of adjustment nobody at the district office has ever questioned or connected to anything beyond ordinary preparedness, and I have never once explained to a colleague exactly why I started carrying it. Some habits, I've come to believe, don't need a full explanation attached to them to be worth keeping. I don't know what was pacing me through that flooded prairie the night my boat went dead under me. I know I made it to solid ground. I know Bo Tillman did too. Eventually, however, he managed it. And that whatever he carried back with him out of those days is his alone to keep or eventually set down. In his own time, if that time ever comes. I think about him more often than I probably should. Out here on nights when the sawgrass goes still and the water holds nothing but my own reflection, and the first stars coming out low over the tree line, and I hope, wherever he's living now, that the silence he chose to keep has bought him something closer to peace than the alternative ever would have. My name is Dr. Sarah Chen. I've been a wildlife biologist with the U.S. Forest Service for 15 years now, and for the last 6 of those, I've been based out of a small research station in the Tongass National Forest in southeast Alaska. I tell this story not because I expect anyone to believe me, but because I think people need to know what's really out there in the places we think are empty. The Tongass is the largest national forest in the United States. Nearly 17 million acres of temperate rainforest, glaciers, fjords, and islands. It's one of the most remote places in North America. You can hike for days without seeing another human being. The trees are ancient, some of them over 1,000 years old, draped in moss and lichen that make them look like they're wearing green fur. The air is cold and wet and smells like rain and salt and pine. I love that place. I've spent more time in those woods than in any city, any town, any human settlement. I know the calls of every bird. I know the tracks of every animal. I know the way the fog moves through the valleys and the way the light filters through the canopy at different times of day. I know the smell of the forest after a long rain, that rich, earthy scent of wet moss and decaying leaves. I know the feeling of the cold seeping through my boots after a long day of hiking through snow. I know the sound of the wind moving through the tops of the hemlocks, a low, constant whisper that never really stops. I know the way the ice cracks underfoot in the early morning, and the way the water sounds when it drips off the trees in the afternoon thaw. I know the taste of the air when a storm is coming, that sharp, metallic tang that hits the back of your throat. I know this forest the way I know my own heartbeat. I thought I knew everything about that forest. I was wrong. I'm going to tell you about something that happened in the winter of 2018, but to understand it, you need to understand who I am and what brought me to that place. I grew up in Northern California, in a small town at the edge of the redwood forest. My father was a park ranger, and my mother was a botanist. I spent my childhood wandering through the woods, learning the names of trees and birds and animals. I was always more comfortable in the wilderness than in the city. The city was too loud, too crowded, too chaotic. The forest was quiet. The forest made sense. I went to college and studied biology, then did my graduate work in wildlife ecology. I specialized in large mammal behavior, specifically deer and elk populations in temperate rainforests. I'd always wanted to study in Alaska. It was the last frontier, the place where the wilderness was still wild, the place where you could go and find things that no one had ever found before. When I got the position in the Tongass, I felt like I'd won the lottery. I packed up everything I owned and moved north. The first few years were hard. The weather was brutal, the isolation was intense, and the work was physically demanding. But I loved it. I loved waking up every morning in a place where there were no cars, no sirens, no people. I loved the sound of the rain on the roof of the research station. I loved the way the mist hung over the valleys in the morning, like the whole world was wrapped in a soft gray blanket. I loved the feeling of being completely alone, completely free, completely alive. By 2018, I'd been in the Tongass for 6 years. I'd published several papers on deer movement patterns, I'd trained a team of graduate students, and I'd become one of the leading experts on the ecology of the region. I knew the forest better than almost anyone. I knew where the deer went in the winter, where the bears hibernated, where the wolves hunted. I knew which trails were safe and which were dangerous. I knew which creeks froze first and which valleys stayed snow-free the longest. I knew the forest like a book. And that's why what happened that winter scared me so much. Because it was something I couldn't explain. Something that didn't fit into any of my models or theories or frameworks. Something that made me question everything I thought I knew. It started in the winter of 2018, like I said. I was running a long-term study on the movement patterns of Sitka, black-tailed deer in the northern part of the forest. The project involved setting up motion-activated trail cameras at various locations, collecting data on deer populations, and monitoring the health of the herd. It was routine work. The kind of thing I had done 100 times before. The kind of thing that required long days of hiking through deep snow and freezing rain to check cameras and change batteries and download data. I had a team of 2 graduate students working with me that winter, a young man named Thomas and a young woman named Elena. They were good kids. Smart. Hard-working. The kind of researchers who didn't complain when they had to wade through knee-deep slush or eat cold rations because the stove wouldn't light. Thomas was from Oregon. He'd grown up hiking the Cascades and thought he knew what cold weather was. He learned differently in Alaska. He was tall and lanky, with a shock of red hair that stuck out from under his beanie. He was always joking, always smiling, always trying to keep everyone's spirits up. Elena was from Florida, of all places. She'd never even seen snow before she came to the Tongass. The first time it snowed, she stood outside for an hour, just watching it fall, catching flakes on her tongue like a little kid. I remember that. I remember how happy she was. I remember thinking how innocent she seemed. How unprepared she was for what was out there. I wish I could go back and tell her. I wish I could have warned her. But I didn't know then. I didn't know what I was about to find. We were about 2 weeks into our winter field season when I started noticing something strange in the camera footage. It was subtle at first. A blur in the background of a shot. A shape that didn't quite match the surrounding trees. A shadow that moved in a way that shadows shouldn't move. I assumed it was just a glitch. Trail cameras are sensitive equipment. They pick up all kinds of artifacts. Branches moving in the wind. Raindrops catching the infrared light. Reflections off wet leaves. I deleted the images and moved on. A week later, I was reviewing footage from a different camera when I saw it again. A dark shape at the edge of the frame. Tall, dark, thin, humanoid, dark, but wrong. The proportions were off. The arms were too long. The legs were too long. The head was too large for the body. I zoomed in on the image and stared at it for a long time. I couldn't make out any details. The shape was too dark, too blurry. It could have been a shadow. It could have been a trick of the light. But something about it made my skin crawl. It was the way it stood. It was standing perfectly still, facing the camera, like it knew exactly what the camera was, and it was posing for it. That's what bothered me the most. It wasn't just a shape in the background. It was aware. It was looking. It was watching. I showed the image to Thomas and Elena. Thomas shrugged and said it was probably a bear standing on its hind legs. He said he'd seen bears do that before, standing up to get a better look at something. He said it was probably just curious. Elena said it was probably just pareidolia, the brain's tendency to see patterns in random shapes. She said people do it all the time. They see faces in clouds, shapes in shadows, all kinds of things that aren't really there. They were probably right. I told myself they were probably right, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. There was something about that shape that I couldn't explain. Something about the way it was positioned, the way it seemed to be watching, the way it made me feel like I was the one being studied. I didn't tell Thomas and Elena that. I didn't want to scare them. I didn't want to sound like the crazy biologist who thought there were monsters in the woods. I just deleted the image and moved on. The next week, we went out to retrieve the cameras. The weather had turned bad, even by Alaskan standards. The snow was coming down in thick, wet flakes. The wind was gusting hard enough to knock you off your feet. Visibility was almost zero. We hiked single file through the forest, our heads down, our hoods pulled tight. The trail we were following was barely visible under the fresh snow. I had to keep checking my GPS to make sure we were going the right way. Thomas was leading. Elena was behind him. I was bringing up the rear. The snow was so deep in places that we had to lift our knees high to take each step. The cold was biting. I could feel it on my cheeks, on my exposed skin, like tiny needles. My fingers were numb inside my gloves. My feet were wet from the snow that had seeped into my boots. I remember thinking how much I hated winter field work. How much I missed the warmth of the station. How much I wanted to be somewhere else, somewhere dry and warm and safe. The forest around us was silent. Too silent. There were no birds, no animals, no sounds of any kind. Just the wind and the snow and the crunch of our boots. It felt like the whole world had stopped. Like we were the only living things in a vast, frozen wasteland. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it stayed with me. Something was wrong. I could feel it. Like a cold hand on the back of my neck. Like eyes watching from the trees. We'd been walking for about 2 hours when Thomas stopped suddenly. He held up his hand, a signal to halt. I stepped up beside him and asked what was wrong. He pointed at the ground in front of us. There were tracks in the snow. Not deer tracks. Not bear tracks. Not any tracks I'd ever seen before. They were footprints. Human-looking footprints. But too big. Too long. The stride between them was impossibly wide, like whatever had made them was taking steps that no human could take. I knelt down and examined them. The edges were sharp, clean, like they'd been made recently. I looked at the size of them, the width, the depth. I tried to imagine what kind of creature could make tracks like that. I couldn't. Nothing in my training, nothing in my experience matched what I was seeing. The footprints were at least 18 inches long. The stride was over 6 feet. Whatever had made these prints was huge, taller than any person I'd ever seen. I looked up at the surrounding trees. The snow was still falling, but it was starting to let up. I could see a little further into the forest now. I didn't see anything. Just trees and snow and the endless gray sky. I told Thomas and Elena to keep moving. I told them we needed to get to the cameras and get back before the weather got worse. I didn't tell them that my hands were shaking, that I was scared. I didn't want to admit it. I was the leader. I was supposed to be strong. I was supposed to have all the answers. I didn't have any answers. I just had a feeling. A deep, primal feeling that something was watching us. Something that didn't want us there. Something that was waiting. We reached the first camera site about 20 minutes later. The camera was still there, still attached to the tree, still running. I downloaded the data and checked the battery. Everything was normal. Everything was fine. But when I looked at the camera's lens, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The lens was covered in fingerprints. Not human fingerprints. These were too large. The ridges were too deep. Something had touched this camera. Something had been here. I looked around the site. I checked the ground. There were footprints there. The same footprints I'd seen on the trail. They circled the tree where the camera was mounted. There were prints going around and around, like whatever had been there had walked in circles around that tree for hours. I stood there, staring at the prints, trying to make sense of them. Why would something walk in circles around a camera? What was it doing? What was it looking for? Thomas called my name. He asked if everything was okay. I said yes. I said I was just checking the data. I didn't tell him about the fingerprints. I didn't tell him about the footprints. I just cleaned the lens and moved on to the next site. The rest of the day was uneventful. We collected the remaining cameras, packed up our gear, and hiked back to the research station. I didn't mention the tracks or the fingerprints to anyone. I didn't want to sound crazy. I didn't want to be the biologist who thought there were monsters in the woods. That night, I sat in my bunk and reviewed the footage from the cameras. It was mostly routine. Deer, dot. A few bears. A wolf or two. Birds. Nothing unusual. Until the last camera. The one I'd found with the fingerprints on the lens. The footage from that camera was different. The first few clips were normal. Deer grazing. A hawk landing on a branch. The wind moving through the trees. Then, about 3 hours after we'd left the site, something appeared on the screen. A shape. Dark, tall, thin. It walked into the frame slowly, deliberately. It stopped in front of the camera and stared directly into the lens. I could see its face. Not clearly. The image was too grainy, too dark. But I could see enough. The face was wrong. The features were wrong. The eyes were too large. The mouth was too wide. The skin was pale, almost white. It stood there for a long moment, looking into the camera. Then it reached out with one long, thin hand and touched the lens. The image went black. I played the clip again. And again. And again. Each time, the same thing. The shape appearing. The face staring. The hand reaching out. I couldn't sleep that night. I lay in my bunk, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind howl outside. I thought about the tracks in the snow. I thought about the fingerprints on the lens. I thought about the face I'd seen on the screen. I told myself it was just a trick of the camera. Low light. Motion blur. Artifacts. No. I told myself it was nothing. But I knew it wasn't nothing. I knew it was something. Something real. Something dangerous. Something that had been watching us. The next morning I told Thomas and Elena I was going to do a solo survey of the area. I told them I needed to check some coordinates that were too remote for the whole team. I lied. I didn't need to check coordinates. I needed to see for myself. I needed to know what was out there. I hiked back to the camera site. The snow had stopped falling. The sky was clear and cold. The forest was silent. Too silent. No birds. No animals. Just the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of my boots in the snow. I reached the camera site and checked the area. The tracks from the day before were still there. But there was something else now. A trail. Heading deeper into the forest. A trail of footprints. The same footprints I'd seen before. Too large. Too long. Too wide apart. I followed them. I don't know why. I should have turned back. I should have gone to the station and called for help. But I didn't. I followed the tracks deeper into the woods. The forest grew denser as I walked. The trees closed in around me. The light dimmed. The temperature dropped. I felt cold. A deep, bone-deep cold that had nothing to do with the weather. The snow started to fall again. Not the thick, wet snow from before. Light, dry flakes that drifted down slowly, like ash. The air smelled different, too. There was a strange smell in the air. Like ozone. Like the smell after a lightning strike. I'd smelled it before, in the mountains, during thunderstorms. But there was no thunder. No lightning. Just that sharp electric smell hanging in the air like a warning. I kept walking. The tracks led to a small clearing. In the center of the clearing, there was a pile of stones. A circle. A perfect circle of stones. Just like the one Daniel Cross had described in the Smokies. I recognized it immediately. I'd read his report. I'd seen the photos. I knew what that circle meant. I stopped at the edge of the clearing. I stared at the stones. I stared at the empty space in the middle. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I turned to leave. And that's when I heard it. A sound. Low and rhythmic. Like something heavy being dropped on packed earth. Thump. 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 I looked up. The clearing was empty. The trees were still. The sky was gray. But the sound was coming from somewhere. Somewhere behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Just trees and snow and shadows. I started walking back the way I'd come. I walked fast. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I just walked. I made it back to the research station just before dark. Thomas and Elena were there. They asked if everything was okay. I said yes. I said I'd found some good data. I said I needed to rest. I didn't tell them the truth. I didn't tell them about the circle. I didn't tell them about the sound. I didn't tell them that I knew, in that moment, that something was out there. Something that left circles of stones. Something that left footprints in the snow. Something that stared into cameras and touched lenses and followed people through the woods. Something that was still watching me. I spent the rest of that winter avoiding the northern part of the forest. I made excuses. I said the weather was too bad. I said the equipment needed maintenance. I said anything I could think of to stay away from that area. Thomas and Elena didn't question me. They were good kids. They trusted me. They had no idea what I'd seen. The field season ended. The snow melted. The spring came. I submitted my data and moved on to other projects. I didn't mention the circle or the footprints or the thing on the camera to anyone. I kept it all to myself. I thought if I didn't talk about it, it would go away. I thought if I pretended it hadn't happened, I'd forget. I was wrong. A year later, I got a call from a colleague, a wildlife biologist working in the same area. Her name was Margaret. We'd known each other for years. She'd helped me with my research when I first started in the Tongass. She was smart, experienced, level-headed. The kind of person who didn't believe in anything she couldn't see and measure. She'd found something strange. A circle of stones in a clearing. A trail of footprints. A camera with fingerprints on the lens. I told her to leave it alone. I told her to stay away from that area. I told her to come back to the station and forget she'd seen anything. She laughed. She said I was being dramatic. She said it was probably just hikers. She said she was going to investigate. I tried to stop her. I told her about the things I had seen. I told her about the sound. I told her about the face on the camera. She didn't listen. She said she'd call me when she got back. She never called. They found her gear about 2 miles from the site. Her pack. Her camera. Her phone. Her phone was still on. Still recording. The audio was the same. Breathing. A rhythmic thumping. Her voice. A question. Then, silence. Then the sound of something being dragged. They never found her body. They searched for weeks. They brought in dogs, helicopters, search teams. They found nothing. She was just gone. I went to the site myself after the search was called off. I stood at the edge of the clearing and looked at the circle of stones. There was something new in the center. A small object. A silver necklace. Margaret's necklace. The one she always wore. The one her mother had given her. I picked it up and held it in my hand. The metal was cold. The chain was broken, like it had been torn from her neck. I dropped it back into the circle. I turned and walked away. I didn't look back. I don't go to the Tongass anymore. I don't work in remote areas anymore. I moved to a desk job in the lower 48. I spend my days in an office, staring at a computer screen, processing data. Safe. Boring. Normal. I got married. I had a child. I bought a house in a suburb. I live a normal life. I go to work. I come home. I make dinner. I watch TV. I do all the things normal people do. But I can't forget. I can't forget the circle of stones or the footprints in the snow or the face on the camera. I can't forget the sound. Thump. Thump point. Thump. I still hear it sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night, when the world is dark and still. I hear it calling from somewhere far away. Somewhere cold and dark and empty. Somewhere I know I'll never go back to. And I wonder how many others have seen it. How many others have found the circles? How many others have followed the tracks? How many others have heard the sound? How many others have disappeared? I don't know the answers. I don't want to know. All I know is that something is out there. Something that has been there for a long, long time. Something that leaves marks and takes people and doesn't leave anything behind. Something that is still out there. Waiting. Watching. Calling. I know because I still hear it. Even from here. Even from thousands of miles away. I still hear that rhythmic thumping. And I know it's not done. It will never be done. It will always be out there. Waiting for the next person who stumbles into the wrong clearing. The next person who follows the wrong tracks. The next person who hears the sound and doesn't turn back. So if you ever work in the woods, if you ever find yourself in a remote place where the trees are old, and the air is cold, and the silence is too deep, listen. Listen for the sound. Thump. Thump. Thump by. And if you hear it, turn around. Walk away. Don't look back. Don't investigate. Don't try to be brave. Just get out of there as fast as you can. Because once you hear it, once you answer it, once you let it know that you've noticed, it will find you. And it won't let go. I know. I've been marked for years. I still feel it watching. I still hear it calling. And I know that one day, maybe soon, I'll go back. I'll go back to the woods. I'll go back to the clearing. I'll go back to the circle of stones. And I won't come back. Just like the others. Just like the ones before. Just like the ones who will come after. The woods are beautiful. The woods are wild. But the woods are hungry. And they've been hungry for a very, very long time. If you've ever worked these kinds of places at night, you already know the kind of quiet I'm talking about. The kind that isn't empty. The kind that's full of things you can't see. The kind that makes you feel like you're being watched. Because you are. You always are. And sometimes when the wind is right and the trees are still, you can hear it. The rhythmic thumping. Calling from the deep woods. Calling you home. But don't answer. Whatever you do, don't answer. My name is Hannah Voss, and for 11 seasons I have worked as a wildland firefighter, the last 7 of them as a smoke jumper. Parachuting into remote fire starts across the northern Rockies before roads or engines could ever hope to reach them. Mostly out of a base I still call home each summer when the season opens back up. I want to tell you before anything else that this job has never once needed a ghost story to be frightening. Fire behaves in ways that would sound invented if I described them to someone who'd never stood in front of a real one, jumping whole canyons in minutes, generating its own weather, its own wind, its own violent and different logic that no amount of mount training ever fully tames. I say that up front because I don't want you to think I'm the kind of firefighter who needed anything supernatural to be afraid out there. I have been afraid of ordinary fire more times than I could count, and every single one of those times had a perfectly rational explanation. This is not one of those times, and I spent a long while since deciding how to tell it to you honestly. I came to this work the way a lot of people in this program do, through a few seasons on a hand crew first, digging line the slow way before I ever earned a spot in a jump plane. And I want you to understand that by the time the season I'm about to describe rolled around, I considered myself about as unshakable as this job allows a person to become. I had seen crown fires run faster than a person can sprint. I had watched fire behavior turn on a dime in ways that still occasionally show up in my dreams. All of it explainable. All of it, however, terrifying in the moment, Ultimately just physics behaving the way physics behaves under extreme conditions. That confidence mattered to me a great deal before that season. It matters to me differently now. Smoke jumping itself is a smaller world than most people imagine. A few hundred of us scattered across a handful of bases through the northern Rockies and the West more broadly, and the culture that builds up inside a base like ours runs deep. Closer. That builds up inside a base like ours runs deep. Closer. To family than most workplaces manage, forged by the specific, shared understanding that every single person on that jump list has agreed, in some fundamental way, to trust their life to their own training and to the people jumping beside them. We train constantly, well past what most outside observers would consider necessary, running scenario after scenario, until the correct response to almost any emergency this job can produce becomes something closer to muscle memory than conscious. Decision. Our fire shelter drills alone happen more times a season than most of us could count. Deploying that shelter blind, deploying it exhausted, deploying it with a simulated injury slowing us down, until the motion itself lives somewhere below conscious thought entirely. I want you to hold on to that fact as I tell you the rest of this, because it matters for understanding just how unusual it was for either Travis or me to feel genuinely rattled by anything short of the fire itself. I want to tell you about a fire we called, informally, the Fish Creek Start, a lightning-caused ignition deep in the Selway Bitterroot Wilderness, in a steep remote drainage that put it hours from the nearest road, and well within the kind of terrain our program exists specifically to reach by air. My jump partner that day was a firefighter named Travis Marchetti, 5 seasons in, steady and capable in the particular way this job either produces in a person or weeds them out entirely within their first couple of years. Travis had a habit, one the rest of the crew ribbed him about constantly, of double-checking every piece of gear a second time even after the rest of us had already cleared it. A caution that had earned him a reputation as maybe the single most reliable jumper on our base, the kind of partner every one of us hoped to draw on a difficult assignment. We jumped that fire on what should have been a routine initial attack, the two of us forming what we call a stick, dropped together with our gear to begin cutting line around the fire's edge before it could grow past a size 2 people could grow past a size 2 people could reasonably contain on their own. I remember the jump itself the way I remember most of them by that point in my career, more procedural than dramatic, canopy opening clean, the ground rushing up through drifting smoke that gave the whole descent a strange, soft-edged quality. Landing hard but controlled in a small clearing Travis had already flagged as our best option from the plane. Our cargo chute came down a short distance behind us, gear and tools bundled together the way they always are, and I remember the particular quiet of that first hour on the ground, the plane's engine noise fading out over the ridge, leaving nothing behind but the fire's own distant crackle and the ordinary sounds of a forest that hadn't yet noticed anything was burning close by. The drainage we landed in sat inside a stretch of country locals and old Forest Service hands alike still refer to, informally, as part of the old burn, ground scarred by the Great Fire of 1910. The Big Blow-Up, one of the most catastrophic wildfires in this country's recorded history. A fire that killed dozens of firefighters across these same mountains in the space of a single terrible night when the wind turned and an entire summer's worth of small fires merged into something no crew of that era had the equipment or the warning to outrun. I knew the broad outline of that history the way most people in this program eventually pick it up. Secondhand, in training briefings and base folklore without ever having spent much real time thinking about the specific ground it had happened on. Until the afternoon Travis and I found ourselves standing directly on top of it. Travis and I worked that fire's edge for most of the first day without incident, cutting line, felling snags, doing the slow, exhausting, unglamorous work. This job actually consists of far more often than the dramatic version people imagine. It was hot, physical work, made harder by the steepness of that particular drainage. And I remember Travis keeping up a steady, dry commentary through most of the afternoon about a fishing trip he had planned for the following off-season. The kind of following off-season. The kind of ordinary talk that makes long, grinding shifts like that one considerably more bearable. We made good progress by any reasonable measure, our section of line holding clean through the evening, and I remember settling into my sleeping bag that first night with nothing more troubling on my mind than sore shoulders and a genuine satisfaction at the day's work. It was sometime in the early afternoon of our second day, on our radio check-in with base, that things first started feeling wrong, though I want to be honest that wrong, in the moment, felt more like ordinary equipment trouble than anything worth real alarm. Our radio transmissions to base started coming back garbled, cutting in and out with a strange layered static that our base radio operator described afterward as unlike any interference she'd heard on that frequency before, and more than once interwide. The gaps between that static, both Travis and I separately reported hearing what sounded like a second, older-style radio transmission bleeding through beneath our own, voices too degraded to make out clear words, but structured, rhythmic, unmistakably like people talking rather than random noise. Travis brought it up first, actually, on our third attempt to raise base that afternoon, asking me flatly whether I was hearing what he thought he was hearing. Relief plain on his face when I told him yes, because I think some part of him had already started wondering whether the heat and the smoke were finally getting to him after 5 seasons of nothing worse than sunburn and blisters. I want to be fair to every mundane explanation available here, because our own communications specialist offered several credible ones once we were back in range to discuss it properly. Atmospheric skip carrying an old unrelated transmission from somewhere else entirely. Equipment malfunction compounded by the fire's own electromagnetic interference, which is a real documented phenomenon large fires can produce. I believed those explanations for longer than I probably should have, mostly because believing them was considerably easier than the alternative. That interference did not improve over the following day, and if anything, it grew more pronounced, to the point that Travis and I fell into a habit, unspoken between us, of simply waiting a beat longer than usual before responding to any radio call. Listening for that second, buried transmission underneath our own before we let ourselves speak. Wow. Neither of us ever managed to make out clear words in it, though Travis told me quietly on the second evening that he'd started to feel almost as though the transmission was responding to us specifically, its rhythm shifting subtly whenever we spoke, rather than simply running on some independent, unrelated loop, the way an old recording or an atmospheric echo would. I did not have a good response to that observation at the time. I still don't fully, though I have thought about it considerably more since then. I let on to him that evening. What made believing them harder was what we found a little before dusk, working our way along an old overgrown section of fire line that predated any active suppression record either of us could find for this specific drainage. Travis noticed it first, calling me over with a tone that told me immediately this wasn't another routine snag to flag. Half buried in duff and fallen needles, we uncovered a rusted cash tin, the kind used decades ago to store emergency rations and first aid supplies at remote firefighting camps, along with the corroded remains of what our historian would later confirm was firefighting equipment consistent with, though not definitively provable as, the 1910 era, a broken axe head, a scrap of canvas too degraded to identify further, and unsettlingly intact given its age, a small tin whistle of Thiel. Type period accounts describe crew foremen using to signal their men when shouted commands couldn't carry over a fire's roar. Travis picked that whistle up and turned it over in his palm for a long moment before setting it back down exactly where he'd found it, telling me, half joking, that it felt wrong to keep something like that in his pocket while we were still actively lied. working a fire ourselves? Superstition he'd normally have laughed off entirely. I remember thinking at the time that the joke landed a little flatter than he probably intended it to. We finished documenting the site and moved on within the hour, both of us, I think, a little quieter for the rest of that afternoon than we'd been before finding it, though neither of us said so directly to the other. I photographed all of it, logged the coordinates, and radioed the find into base, more out of professional habit than any sense that it mattered beyond historical curiosity. Grace Iverson, our base's fire behavior analyst, was the one who responded on that call. And I want to tell you about Grace up front, because she was, by every measure this job respects, one of the most competent, careful people I've ever worked. Alongside, deeply grounded in fire science, unwilling to let sentiment or story get ahead of what the data actually supported. She'd built her whole career on exactly that kind of discipline, and I think it's fair to say every jumper on our base trusted her judgment on fire behavior more than almost anyone else's, which made what happened over the following 2 days considerably harder for all of us to sit with. Interesting find, she told me over the radio, in the flat, professional tone she brought to everything. But I want you focused on your line, not on 90-year-old whistles. That drainage has documented fire-generated turbulence patterns from the terrain alone. Whatever you're hearing on the radio is almost certainly the fire itself messing with your signal, not anything else. I asked her, half hoping she'd laugh the question off entirely, whether she'd ever heard of anything like this happening to other crews working this same stretch of country. She was quiet for a beat longer than felt entirely comfortable before she answered, telling me she'd have to check the archive, and that she'd get back to me. She never did get back to me on that specific question, not in the days that followed, and I have wondered since whether that was oversight or whether she'd found something in that archive she genuinely didn't know how to fold into an explanation. She'd be comfortable giving me. Our base does keep an informal incident archive stretching back decades, mostly weather anomalies and near-miss reports filed for training purposes, and I've thought more than once about requesting access to it myself, though some part of me has never quite worked up the nerve. I want to be fair to Grace's position the same way I've tried to be fair to every doubter in every account I've ever had to give. She wasn't wrong that this exact terrain produces genuinely unusual fire behavior, channeled winds and localized turbulence that has surprised experienced crews before ours, and will again after. She had real science behind every explanation she offered me over the following 2 days, each one more carefully reasoned than the last. I only know that by the second night, even Grace's radio voice had lost some of its usual flat certainty, though she never once said so directly. The fire's behavior shifted hard on our second full day on that line, exactly the kind of sudden, terrain-driven blow-up our own briefing had warned us was possible in country like this, wind funneling up the drainage and pushing the fire's edge into a run considerably faster and considerably more violent than either Travis or I had bargained for when we'd started that morning's line. I remember the specific sound of it before I registered anything else, a low roar building fast enough that my body reacted to the danger before my conscious mind had finished processing exactly what was happening. 11 seasons of training, collapsing into pure immediate motion. We were caught in the space of what felt like minutes, but our own after-action review would later clock as closer to 20, in a position where our planned escape route had been cut off by the fire's own new spread, forcing both of us toward our own new spread. Designated safety zone at a dead run through smoke thick enough that I lost sight of Travis, close enough to touch moments earlier. Entirely. The heat alone at that point had become something closer to a physical wall than an ambient condition, radiant and pressing, the kind that makes a person's exposed skin feel tight and stretched in a way I still notice myself flinching from in memory. Even now, years removed from that afternoon. I called his name once, twice, into smoke that swallowed the sound almost as completely as it swallowed the light, and I want to be honest that the several seconds it took me to accept I had to keep moving toward my own safety zone without him, trusting his own training to get him to his, remain among the hardest decisions I have ever had to make in this job. I want to walk you through what happened next as plainly as I know how, because the plain procedural version of it is, I think, more unsettling than any embellishment I could add. I reached the open ground of our designated safety zone with heat already pressing against my back like a physical hand, and I deployed my fire shelter, the aluminized emergency tent every wildland firefighter carries and trains extensively to use as an absolute last resort, exactly the way 11 seasons of drilling had prepared me to, shaking it open in a single practiced motion and dropping flat beneath it. Boots braced against the wind, trying its level best to tear the fabric out from under Shio. Oh, me. I held that shelter down against the wind, trying its level best to tear it away from me, while heat and smoke rolled over that small clearing in a wave. I felt as much as heard, a roar that seemed to come from every direction at once, the ground itself vibrating faintly beneath me in a way I have never fully found the words to describe to anyone who wasn't there. It was in those minutes, sealed under that shelter, disoriented by heat and noise, and a fear I will not pretend was anything less than total, that I heard, close enough that it should not have been possible over the roar surrounding me, a voice call out, once, in a cadence and a pitch that did not match Travis's voice at all. Older, rougher, carrying the flat, urgent authority of someone used to being obeyed in exactly this kind of moment. It said only 2 words, clearly enough that I have never doubted what I heard, even now. Stay down. I stayed down. Every instinct trained into me over 11 seasons was already telling me to do exactly that, and I want to be honest that I cannot fully separate, even now, how much of my stillness in that moment was my own training holding, and how much was that voice reinforcing an instinct I might otherwise have questioned in a moment of pure panic. I do not know, to this day, whether that instruction came from some instinct of my own dressed up by an exhausted mind into something that sounded like another person's voice, or from something else entirely. I only know I followed it without a single second of hesitation, and that the blow-up passed over our position within another few minutes, the roar receding as quickly as it had arrived, leaving me shaken, badly singed along one forearm where the shelter's edge had failed to fully seal, but alive. Travis Marchetti did not survive that entrapment. He was found once conditions allowed our support crew to reach us, a short distance from where I'd last seen him, his own shelter deployed but compromised, in a location the official investigation would ultimately attribute to a burning snag falling. Across his position in the final, most violent moments of that blow-up, a tragedy consistent, in every physical detail the investigators documented, with the kind of accidental fire fatality this job has claimed before and will, I fear, claim again. I do not dispute that finding. I have no evidence that contradicts it in any way an investigation board would recognize as evidence. I want to tell you honestly what those following hours were like, because I think the honesty matters more than any tidy account of my own grief could. I sat with our support crew at the extraction point long after Travis's body had been recovered, unable to fully process what had happened, despite having lived through every minute of it myself, running the timeline over and over, trying to locate some earlier moment where a different choice might have changed the outcome. Our crew's critical incident debrief, held 2 days later once we were all back at base, was among the hardest conversations I have ever sat through in this job. 5 seasons of Travis's own careful habits recounted by colleagues who had trusted it. Those habits completely, myself included. I did not mention the voice in that debrief. I want to be honest with you about why. Part of it was simple professional caution, a genuine uncertainty about how a claim like that would be received in a room built entirely around careful procedural fact-finding, where every detail gets weighed for its bearing on future crew safety, rather than for whatever comfort or meaning an individual survivor might need to take from it. Part of it, if I'm honest, was that I wasn't yet certain myself in those first raw days whether I trusted my own memory of a night that had asked more of my nervous system than almost anything else in my life ever had. I told our critical incident counselor about it privately a few weeks later, in a conversation that stayed exactly where I'd asked it to stay. She listened without judgment, told me that survivors of traumatic entrapments often report exactly this kind of experience, some intervening sense of guidance or protection, and that the clinical literature on it remained genuinely undecided about what to make of it, neither confirming nor dismissing it outright. I found that answer, strange as it sounds, more useful than either a firm believer or a firm skeptic could have offered me in that moment. I returned to full jump status the following season, after a mandatory stretch of light duty and more counseling sessions than I'd ever expected to need in this career. And I want to tell you that the hardest part of that return wasn't the physical training, which my body remembered easily enough, but the first time I found myself back inside a fire shelter during a routine refresher drill. The specific, contained darkness of it pulling my whole body straight back into that afternoon in a way no amount of preparation had fully readied me for. I finished the drill. I have finished every drill and every real deployment since. It has simply never once, since that season, felt entirely the same as it did before. Travis's family held a service for him the following month, back in the small Montana town he'd grown up in. And I want to tell you that standing in that church, surrounded by people who'd known him his whole life rather than only the 5 seasons. I'd known him, gave me a version of him I hadn't fully had access to before. A boy who'd apparently been obsessed with fire trucks well before he was old enough to understand what the job actually cost the people who did it. Several of his old high school friends spoke that afternoon, describing a kid who'd once built a working model of a fire lookout tower for a school project and refused to let anyone touch it for weeks afterward. And I remember thinking, sitting in that pew, how strange and how fitting it was that a person's whole life could circle back, in the end, to exactly the thing that had captured his imagination as a child. His mother asked me, quietly, at the reception afterward, whether he'd been afraid at the end. I told her the truth, that everything in his training and his instincts had been working exactly the way they were supposed to right up until the very last moment, and that I did not believe, based on everything I knew of him, and everything the investigation later confirmed, that he'd had time to be afraid in the way she was picturing. I don't know if that was entirely the comfort she was hoping for. It was the most honest thing I had to offer her. What I can tell you, because I documented it myself in the days following, is that when our recovery team located the old rendezvous point where Travis and I had stashed a spare first aid cache and radio earlier that same day, most of it was disturbed in exactly the way you'd expect from ash and debris shaken loose by a partially collapsed snag nearby, a common, well-documented hazard in any recently burned area. Travis's own radio, though, undamaged despite everything, was not found buried under that debris at all, but set neatly, deliberately, atop the corroded 1910-era cache tin we'd photographed together less than 2 days earlier. In a position no falling debris explains, and no one on our recovery team could account for. I stood over that radio for a long while before I could make myself pick it up, turning over every mundane explanation I could construct, and finding every single one of them wanting in some specific, stubborn detail. I want to tell you about a conversation I had some weeks later with a man named Walt Pemberton, a retired smoke jumper in his 80s who'd spent much of his own retirement researching and writing about the Great Fire of 1910, a subject he had told me had quietly obsessed him since he was young enough to still be embarrassed by the obsession. I sought him out specifically once I'd had enough distance from that fire to start asking questions I hadn't let myself ask while I was still living through it. He met me at his home outside Missoula, a small study lined floor to ceiling with binders and old photographs, several of them, he told me proudly. Original prints donated to him decades earlier by descendants of men who'd survived that 1910 disaster. faces I found myself studying a little longer than politeness strictly required. One photograph in particular, a young ranger standing stiffly for a formal portrait, dark eyes fixed somewhere just past the camera, held my attention longer than I could easily explain. Something about the set of his jaw reminding me, uncomfortably, of the voice I'd heard under my own shelter weeks earlier, though I want to be honest, that I have no real evidence connecting the two beyond a feeling I have never been able to fully shake. Walt moved slowly, but spoke with a kind of energy I associate with people who have spent a genuine lifetime caring about a single subject. And he apologized, more than once, for how long he was likely to talk once he got started. Walt listened to my account without interrupting once, nodding at the parts that seemed to confirm something he'd clearly heard some close variation of before. He told me the historical record of that 1910 disaster included multiple documented accounts of foremen and rangers who stayed behind, deliberately, to guide their crews to safety at real cost to themselves, men whose names survive in official reports specifically because they were credited by the survivors they saved, with the difference between a crew that made it out and one that didn't. He pulled one particular account down from a shelf as he told me this, a photocopied excerpt from a period survivor's testimony describing a foreman's voice cutting through smoke and chaos with exactly the same kind of flat, commanding certainty idea described to him minutes earlier, and I remember the specific chill of reading those words on a page written the better part of a century before I was ever born. He told me it had never struck him as strange, in all his years of research, how many modern firefighters working this exact ground over the decades since had described some version of what I was describing to him. A voice, an instruction, arriving at precisely the moment training alone might not have been enough. He said he'd collected, informally, close to a dozen such accounts over the years, none of them ever formally reported through official channels for reasons I understood completely by that point in my own experience. Each one strikingly consistent on the same handful of details, an older voice, an unmistakable authority, always arriving in the worst moment of an entrapment, and never once, in any account he'd gathered, offering anything but exactly the instruction needed to survive. I don't know if it's memory the land itself is holding on to, Walt told me, or something else I don't have better language for. I know this ground took a lot of good men in one terrible night, men who spent the whole of it trying to get their crews out alive. I like to think some of that doesn't just disappear because the fire finally went out. I like to think a debt like that gets paid forward, generation to generation, whether the ones paying it ever fully understand what they're doing. I asked him, before I left that afternoon, why he thought it hadn't reached Travis the same way it had reached me. He was quiet for a long moment, turning his coffee cup slowly in his hands, before he told me he'd wondered the same thing about every account he'd ever collected, and that the only honest answer he'd ever arrived at was that whatever this was, had never once, in any record he'd found, proven powerful enough to save everyone. Even the real foreman of 1910, he reminded me gently, hadn't managed to save every man in their own crews either, however hard they'd tried. Some debts, he said, get paid in part. Precious few ever get paid in full. He walked me to my car when I finally left, considerably later in the afternoon than either of us had probably planned on, and told me at the door that he was glad I'd come. That too many of the accounts he'd collected over the years had come to him secondhand, filtered through a friend of a friend, and that hearing one directly from someone who'd actually lived it meant more to his own work than I likely realized. I still work this program, still jump fires most seasons in country that includes that same stretch of the old burn, and I have never once, since that fire, treated the historical relics we occasionally turn up in these drainages as mere curiosities, the way I once did without a second thought, not even the smallest, most ordinary-looking scrap of old canvas or rusted metal. Every fire season, when our program holds its annual memorial observance for firefighters lost in the line of duty, I make a point of attending, standing near the back of a crowd that has grown in 11 seasons, considerably larger than any of us would prefer. And I have started quietly, without ever fully explaining why to anyone at the base, including the 1910 dead by name, in my own private accounting of who that observance is actually for. I have taken, in the years since, to reading everything I can find about that disaster. The survivor accounts, the official investigation that followed, the changes to firefighting doctrine it eventually forced. And I have come to think of that, reading less as historical interest and more as a kind of ongoing conversation with people I will never meet but who, in some way I still cannot fully explain, met me on the worst afternoon of my own career. Grace Iverson and I still work together closely, and she has never once in all the times we've discussed that fire since offered me a mundane explanation for that radio's final position that she was willing to fully defend under the same scrutiny she'd apply to anything else in her professional field. I remember one conversation, close to a year after the fire, where I finally asked her directly whether she believed any of it herself. She considered the question for a long time before answering, in the same careful, precise way she considered every question in her professional life, and told me that belief wasn't really the right framework for how she thought about it. That she thought about it. Preferred to say only that the data from that fire contained an anomaly she had never managed to resolve to her own satisfaction, and that an honest scientist, in her view, owed the truth that particular admission far more than she owed it a tidy conclusion, either way. She did, without ever formally documenting it anywhere I'm aware of, start including a brief mention of the drainage's unusual communication history in her pre-fire briefings for any crew assigned to that stretch of the old burn going forward. Framed carefully as a known equipment reliability issue rather than anything more. A small, quiet accommodation from someone who I don't think has ever fully let herself believe what I believe, but who has clearly decided the cost of including that warning is considerably lower than the cost of leaving it out. I carry a small, unofficial habit into every fire season now that I never had before that summer, checking in quietly with whatever ground I'm working before I ever cut the first line into it, a habit I would have found faintly ridiculous in my earlier seasons, in which I have never once explained to a rookie jumper on our crew, however many of them I've noticed watching me do it with obvious curiosity. I keep a small photograph of Travis, clipped inside my own gear bag now too, tucked into a zippered pocket I check before every jump, not out of morbidity, but because some part of me has decided that carrying him with me, in whatever small way I can, is its own kind of paying forward the exact debt Walt Pemberton once described to me on his porch. I train rookies myself now, most seasons, and I have started including, in my own quiet way, a version of the same lesson Walt's research eventually taught me, not as anything official, never labeled as anything more than ordinary situational awareness, but present all the same in how carefully I make each new jumper study the history of whatever drainage we happen to be training in that week. I tell them the official version, fire behavior, terrain, escape routes, and safety zones, exactly the way any responsible trainer should. I let them draw their own conclusions about whatever else that ground might still be holding on to, the same way I eventually had to draw my own. I do not know for certain whose voice told me to stay down in the last minutes of that blow-up, or why it chose that moment to speak, or why it apparently could not, or did not, reach Travis in the same way. I have made a kind of peace with not knowing that I don't think I could have reached if I let myself believe the voice had been hostile rather than trying, in whatever way something like that still can, to help. I lost Travis Marchetti to that fire, and no account of a voice in the smoke changes that loss or makes it easier to carry. But I have come to believe in the seasons since that whatever moved through that drainage that day was not the thing that killed him. I believe, as much as I let myself believe anything about that day, that it was trying, as hard and as imperfectly as anyone caught in a fire that size has ever managed to get both of us out alive. I still jump into that country most seasons, and I have never once, since that fire, worked a line anywhere near the old burn without a specific, quiet awareness settling over me. Not fear exactly. Closer to the particular respect Walt Pemberton described to me that afternoon in his study, the kind you'd extend to any ground that has already asked more of the people who worked it than any ground reasonably should. I hope if I ever find myself caught the way Travis and I were caught that day, that whatever answered me once is still out there listening. I hope, more than that if it ever has to choose again between the two people it's trying to save, it manages somehow to save them both. My name is Thomas Mercer, and I have spent 11 years as a park ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, working the backcountry along the Tennessee-North Carolina border. If you have never been to the Smokies, you need to understand that it is not like other mountain ranges. The peaks are old, worn down by centuries of rain and wind, rounded and soft in a way that makes them feel ancient in a way the Rockies never do. The forest is dense, so thick in places that you cannot see more than a few feet off the trail. The fog rolls in so frequently that it has its own name. The locals call it the smoke, and they say it has been here longer than anyone can remember. I came to the Smokies after a decade working out west, in places where the trees were thinner and the views were wider. I thought I knew the wilderness. I had dealt with bears and mountain lions and the occasional lost hiker. I had found bodies and rescued people and watched the weather turn deadly in ways that made you respect the power of nature. But the Smokies were different. The Smokies were older, and they held their secrets closer. I know every trail in this park. Every ridge, every hollow, every creek that runs down from the high country. I have hiked every mile of it, in every season, in every kind of weather. I know where the bears den in the winter and where the elk graze in the summer. I know where the oldest trees stand and where the youngest streams begin. I know the names of the mountains and the valleys and the hollows that the maps don't show. But there is one place in this park that I still do not understand. A gate. Up near the old logging road that was closed in the 1970s. A simple metal gate, painted rust red, with a padlock that is so old it should have seized up years ago. It sits at the end of an overgrown road that leads nowhere, or at least nowhere that appears on any map I have ever seen. The first time I heard about it was in my first year on the job. A hiker came into the ranger station, shaken and pale, saying he had found a gate open at the end of an old road. He said he had walked through it, followed the trail for about a mile, and then heard something in the woods. Something that made him turn around and run. "What did you hear?" I asked him. He shook his head, his eyes still wide with the memory of it. "I don't know. It sounded like someone calling my name, but it wasn't a voice I recognized. And when I turned around, there was no one there. Just the trees and the fog and the silence." I told him it was probably just the wind, just his imagination, just the natural effect of being alone in the woods for too long. I filed a report and forgot about it. That was what you did in this job. You filed reports and moved on. But a month later, another hiker reported the same thing. A gate open at the end of an old logging road. A voice calling his name. And then, a disappearance. The missing person was a young woman named Emily. She had been hiking alone, and she had told her friends she was going to explore an old logging road she had found on a map. She never came back. We searched for her for a week. We brought in dogs and helicopters and volunteers from 3 different states. We covered every inch of that area. We never found her. A year later, the same gate was found open again. This time, it was a man named David. Same story. He had followed the trail, heard a voice, and then he was gone. We searched for him for 2 weeks, We never found him. I started looking into the history of the gate after that. I went through the old files, the ones that had been sitting in the back of the ranger station for decades, gathering dust. I found out that the logging road had been closed because of a series of disappearances in the 1970s. The same pattern. The gate would open. Someone would walk through, and they would never come back. The locals had a name for it. They called it the Whispering Gate. They said it opened when it wanted to, and that the voice that called people through it was not a human voice. It was something else. Something that had been in those mountains long before any of us were born. I did not believe in that kind of thing. I was a practical man, a professional. I had been doing this job for over a decade, and I had learned to filter out the superstition that came with working in remote areas. Every place had its stories, its legends, its tales of things that went bump in the night. But I could not shake the feeling that there was something to this one. The first time I saw the gate for myself, I was on a routine patrol. It was late autumn, and the leaves had turned and fallen, leaving the forest bare and gray. The air was cold and damp, and the fog was rolling in from the valleys, thick and white, swallowing the trees and the trail and everything else in its path. I had been hiking for hours, checking on a backcountry campsite, when I came across the old logging road. It was overgrown, barely visible, the kind of road that had been abandoned so long ago that the forest had almost reclaimed it. The gate was there, at the end of the road, just like the reports said. A simple metal gate, painted rust red, with a padlock that looked like it had been there for decades. The padlock was hanging open. I walked up to the gate and looked at it. The lock was old, rusted, but it was not broken. It had been opened with a key. The chain was wrapped around the gate, but it was loose, like someone had undone it, and not bothered to put it back. I stood there for a long moment, staring at the gate. The road beyond it was dark and narrow, swallowed by the trees and the fog. I could not see more than a few feet past the gate, but I could feel something. A weight in the air, a pressure on my chest, a feeling that I was being watched. I reached out and touched the gate. The metal was cold, colder than it should have been, and I felt a jolt run through my fingers, like a static shock. I pulled my hand back and stepped away. That was when I heard it. A voice. Soft and distant, like someone calling from a great distance. It was coming from beyond the gate, from somewhere in the dark tunnel of the road. Needy. I froze. My heart started pounding in my chest. The voice was familiar, but I could not place it. It was not a voice I recognized, but it was unmistakably human, and it was calling my name. I took a step back from the gate. The voice came again, a little louder this time. Thomas, come. I felt a warmth spread through my body, a drowsiness that made my eyelids heavy. I wanted to follow that voice. I wanted to walk through the gate and see what was calling me. I took a step forward, and then another, and then I stopped, because I remembered what the hiker had told me all those years ago. The voice that called his name. The voice that had lured him into the woods. I remembered Emily and David and all the others who had walked through that gate and never come back. I turned and walked away. I did not run. I did not look back. I just walked as fast as I could without breaking into a run until I reached the main trail and the fog started to thin. I did not stop until I was back at the ranger station. I told myself it was just my imagination. The fog had played tricks on me. The cold had tired me out. The voice was just the wind, distorted by the trees and the mist. It was a plausible explanation, one I could file away and forget about. But I could not forget it. I could not forget the way the voice had called my name. I could not forget the warmth that had spread through my body, the drowsiness that had made me want to follow. I could not forget the feeling that I had been standing on the edge of something, and that I had come closer than I wanted to admit to stepping over. I started doing research after that. I went to the local libraries and talked to the old-timers who had lived in the area for generations. I learned about the history of the logging road, the disappearances, the stories that had been passed down from parents to children. There was an old man who lived at the edge of the forest, a retired logger named Earl. He was in his 80s, with skin like leather and hands that were gnarled and twisted from years of hard work. He did not talk much, but when he did, people listened. I found him at a diner in a small town near the park, sitting in a corner booth with a cup of coffee that had long gone cold. I sat down across from him and introduced myself. "You're the ranger," he said. It was not a question. "Yes, sir." He studied me for a long moment, his eyes sharp and clear despite his age. "You've seen it, haven't you? The gate." I felt my heart skip a beat. "How did you know?" He shrugged. "I can see it in your eyes. The same look I had when I saw it. The same look everyone has who's seen it and walked away." "What is it?" I asked. "What's on the other side of that gate?" He was quiet for a long moment. The diner was empty, except for us, and the only sound was the hum of the fluorescent lights. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and rough, like gravel being poured over wood. "It's old," he said. "Older than these mountains, older than the trees. It was here before anything else, and it will be here after everything else is gone. It's a part of this place like the fog and the rain and the rocks. And every once in a while, it reaches out and takes someone. How do you stop it?" He shook his head. "You can't stop it. You can only avoid it. Don't go near that gate. Don't walk through it. And if you hear it calling your name, don't answer." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch, old and worn, tied with a leather thong. "Take this," he said. "It's a warding charm. The old-timers used to wear them to keep the thing away. It won't stop it, but it might slow it down." I took the pouch and held it in my hand. It was surprisingly warm, like it had been holding heat for a long time. "Thank you," I said. He nodded, and then he looked at me with those old, sharp eyes. "One more thing," he said. "If you ever go back to that gate, don't look back. Whatever you do, don't look back." I carried that warding charm with me everywhere after that. I kept it in my pocket, and I told myself it was just a reminder of what I had seen, a way of keeping myself from forgetting the danger that was out there. But I knew, deep down, that I was carrying it for another reason. I was carrying it because I was afraid. I went back to the gate a few more times over the following months. I had never told anyone about it. I could not explain why I kept going back, only that I felt drawn to it, like a moth to a flame. Each time, the padlock was open. Each time I heard the voice calling my name. And each time I managed to walk away, I told myself I was just testing myself. I told myself I was trying to understand what I had seen. But I knew, deep down, that I was looking for something. Something that I could not name. And then one evening I went back and the gate was closed. The padlock was back in place, secured tightly, like it had never been opened. The chain was wrapped around the gate, and there was no sign that anyone had been there. I stood there for a long time, staring at the gate. I wanted to go through it. I wanted to see what was on the other side. But I could not. The gate was locked. And then I heard it. The voice calling my name. Thomas. It was coming from the other side of the gate, from the dark tunnel of the road beyond. "Thomas, come." I stepped forward and put my hand on the gate. The metal was cold colder than before, and I felt a jolt run through my fingers. And then I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a figure on the other side of the gate, tall and thin, standing in the darkness, watching me. It was human-shaped, but it was not human. Its skin was pale, almost white, and its eyes were dark and empty, like the spaces between the trees in the deepest part of the forest. It was smiling. A thin, tight smile that did not reach its eyes. And then it spoke. Its voice was soft and gentle, like a mother calling a child home. "Thomas, come through. It's time." I turned and walked away. I did not run. I did not look back. I just walked, as fast as I could without breaking into a run, until I reached the main trail, and the darkness started to fade. I did not stop until I was back at the ranger station. I sat in my truck for a long time, staring at the dashboard, my hands shaking, my heart pounding in my chest. I had seen it. I had seen the thing on the other side of the gate. I had seen its pale skin and its empty eyes and its thin, tight smile. And I knew then that I would not be going back. I left the Smokies 3 weeks after that night. I could not stay. Every time I looked at the mountains, I saw the gate. Every time I felt the fog roll in from the valleys, I heard the voice. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure, standing in the darkness, smiling that thin, tight smile. I transferred to a small park in the Midwest, a place where the land was flat and open, and there were no gates that led to anywhere else. I told myself it was a fresh start, a chance to leave the past behind and begin again. I told myself that the voice would fade, that the nightmares would stop, that I would eventually forget what I had seen. But forgetting is not the same as moving on. The first few months were the hardest. I could not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the darkness beyond the gate. Every time I tried to relax, I felt that cold grip on my arm. The cold that had spread through my body. The cold that had almost pulled me into the darkness forever. I started having panic attacks. I would be driving down a quiet road or sitting in the ranger station, and suddenly I would feel that familiar weight in my chest, that pressure that made it hard to breathe. I would pull over and sit there, my hands shaking, my heart pounding, waiting for it to pass. I went to see a therapist. She told me I was suffering from post-traumatic stress, that I had experienced something that my mind could not process. She gave me techniques to manage the anxiety, breathing exercises and mindfulness practices. I tried them, but they did not help. The voice was still there, still calling my name. I stopped telling people about it. I stopped trying to explain what had happened. I knew they would not believe me. How could they? How could I explain to anyone that I had walked through a gate and found myself in a place where the trees were wrong and the light did not reach the ground? How could I tell them about the figure and the voice and the cold that had almost consumed me? I could not. So I kept it to myself. I buried it deep, the way I had buried everything else about the gate, and I pretended to be fine. But I was not fine. I am still not fine. I do not think I will ever be fine again. The warding charm that Earl gave me is still in my pocket. I carry it everywhere I go, even now, years later. I do not know if it works. I do not know if it actually has any power. But I know that it saved me once, and I am not willing to take any chances. I have thought about throwing it away. I have thought about leaving it in a drawer, or throwing it into a river, or just forgetting about it. But every time I try, I feel that cold settle into my bones, and I remember the figure's grip on my arm, and I reach into my pocket and make sure it is still there. I do not know what the charm is made of. Earl never told me, and I never asked. It is just a small leather pouch tied with a leather thong, with something hard inside. I have never opened it. I do not want to know what is in there. I only know that it keeps me safe. Or at least, I hope it keeps me safe. I started to notice things after I left the Smokies. Small things at first. A door that I would have sworn was closed would be open. A window that I had locked would be unlocked. A chair that I had pushed in would be pulled out. I told myself it was just my imagination. I told myself I was just tired, just forgetful, just not paying attention. But I knew, deep down, that something was wrong. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night and found myself standing in front of the door of my apartment. I did not remember getting out of bed. I did not remember walking to the door. I was just standing there, my hand on the handle, ready to open it. I stepped back, my heart pounding. I looked at the door, and I felt that familiar weight in my chest. I listened to the silence, and I heard it. The voice. Soft and distant, calling my name. "Thomas, come." I shook my head and went back to bed. I did not sleep that night. I lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence and waiting for the voice to come again. It did not. But I knew it was still there, still waiting. I started to wonder if I had brought something back with me from that place beyond the gate. I had walked through the gate, and I had come back. But what if I had not come back alone? What if something had followed me? I thought about the figure, standing in the darkness, smiling that thin, tight smile. I thought about the cold that had spread through my body, the cold that had almost pulled me into the darkness. I thought about the promise I had made, the promise that I would not go back. I had kept that promise. I had not gone back. But I was starting to wonder if the promise had been enough. I started to research the folklore of the Smokies more deeply. I went to the local libraries and read about the Cherokee legends, the stories of the places where the veil between worlds was thin. I found references to a spirit that was said to follow people who had crossed over, a spirit that would haunt them until they returned to the place where they had crossed. The spirit was called the Shadow Walker. It was said to be a creature of the in-between, a thing that existed in the spaces between worlds. It would follow people who had crossed into its realm, calling to them, luring them back, until they finally gave in and returned. I did not want to believe it. I told myself it was just a story, just a legend, just something that people made up to explain things they did not understand. But I knew, deep down, that it was real. I knew that the figure was still out there, still waiting, still calling my name. I have not gone back to the gate. I have not even been to the Smokies since that night. I have kept my promise. But sometimes, I wonder if it is enough. I wonder if the figure will ever stop calling me. I wonder if I will ever be free. I think about the others who walked through the gate. Emily and David and Gary Pritchard, and all the others who had disappeared into the darkness. I think about what happened to them, what they became, where they are now. I wonder if I am any different. I walked through the gate, and I came back. But something changed in me that night. Something that I cannot explain. Something that I cannot undo. I still hear the voice. I still feel the cold. I still see the figure, standing in the darkness, smiling that thin, tight smile. I do not know how long I can resist it. I do not know if I can resist it forever. But I know that I will keep trying. I will keep fighting. I will keep holding on to the warding charm and the promise I made to myself. Because I know that if I go back, I might not come back again. I want to tell you one more thing before I finish. Something that happened a few months ago that I still cannot explain. I was driving home from work on a quiet road in the middle of nowhere when I saw something in the rearview mirror. It was a figure. tall and thin, standing at the side of the road, watching me. I slammed on the brakes and turned around, but there was nothing there. Just the empty road and the dark trees and the silence. I sat there for a long time, my hands shaking, my heart pounding. I looked at the rear-view mirror, waiting for the figure to appear again. It did not, but I knew it was there. I knew it had followed me. I knew that it was still waiting, still patient, still hungry. I drove home that night with the warding charm in my hand, and I did not sleep. I sat in my apartment with all the lights on, and I listened to the silence. The voice did not come that night, but I knew it was still there. It has been there ever since. I have been a ranger for over 15 years now, and I have learned a lot about the wilderness. I have learned to respect the power of nature, to be humble in the face of its beauty and its danger. But I have also learned that there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that have no place in any official report or scientific textbook. The gate is one of those things. I do not know what it is. I do not know where it came from or what it wants. I only know that it is real, and that it has been waiting a very long time. Sometimes, when the fog is thick and the silence is deep, I think about going back. I think about walking through that gate again, just to see what I would find. I think about all the people who have disappeared, and I wonder if they are waiting for me to join them. And then I remind myself of what Earl said. All those years ago, when I first asked him about the gate. He told me to stop asking questions I did not want the answers to. He was right. Some questions are better left unasked. Some doors are better left unopened. And some voices, no matter how gentle, are better left unanswered. So if you ever find yourself in the Smokies, hiking along an old logging road, and you see a gate at the end of the trail, a gate that is open when it should not be open, do not walk through it. Do not answer the voice that calls your name. Do not look back. Just turn around and walk away. Because the gate is patient, and it is hungry, and it knows your name. It has always known your name. I told myself I would never go back. I told myself I had learned my lesson, that I had seen enough, that I was done with the gate, and the voice, and the pale thing, with the empty eyes. I transferred to a different district, a different part of the park, a place where the fog did not roll in from the valleys and the gates stayed closed. But the voice followed me. I heard it at night when the wind was still and the silence was deep. I heard it in the quiet moments when I was alone in my truck or sitting in the ranger station after everyone else had gone home. It was soft and distant, like a whisper carried on a breeze that did not exist. And it was always the same, always calling my name. Thomas, come. I tried to ignore it. I tried to focus on my work, on the endless tasks that filled my days. I patrolled the trails and checked the campsites and filed my reports. I did everything I was supposed to do, the way I had always done it. But the voice was always there, in the back of my mind, waiting. I started having dreams. In the dreams, I was standing in front of the gate, and it was open. The darkness beyond it was thick and inviting, and the voice was calling me soft and gentle, like a mother calling a child home. I would step forward, and I would walk through the gate, and I would find myself in a place where the trees were wrong and the light did not reach the ground. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, my hands shaking. I would lie in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence and waiting for the voice to come again. It always did. I started to lose weight. I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating. I could not focus on anything, could not think about anything but the gate, and the voice, and the pale thing with the empty eyes. I knew I was falling apart, but I could not stop it. The voice was pulling me back, and I did not have the strength to resist. I went to see a doctor. He told me I was suffering from stress, from exhaustion, from the cumulative effect of years of working alone in the wilderness. He gave me medication and told me to take some time off. I took the medication, but it did not help. The voice was still there, still calling my name. I started to think about going back. I told myself it was the only way to make it stop, the only way to find peace. I told myself that if I just went back and faced it, I could finally move on. I told myself that I was not going to let it win. But I knew, deep down, that I was lying to myself. I was not going back to face it. I was going back because I could not resist it anymore. I drove back to the Smokies on a cold October morning. The leaves had turned and fallen, and the forest was bare and gray. The fog was rolling in from the valleys, thick and white, swallowing the trees and the trail and everything else in its path. It was the kind of day that made you feel like you were the last person left in the world. I parked my truck at the trailhead and started walking. The old logging road was overgrown, barely visible. The kind of road that had been abandoned so long ago that the forest had almost reclaimed it. I walked for about a mile, and then I saw the gate. It was open. The padlock was hanging loose, and the chain was unwrapped from the gate, just like the first time I had seen it. I stood there for a long time, staring at the open gate, feeling that familiar weight in my chest. I heard the voice, soft and distant, calling my name. But I did not answer. I did not move. I just stood there, looking at the darkness on the other side of the gate, and I waited. And then I saw it. The figure. Standing in the darkness, watching me. It was smiling that thin, tight smile, and it was beckoning me forward. I stepped forward and walked through the gate. The moment I crossed the threshold, I felt a change. The air was warmer on the other side, and the light was different. The trees were taller, and the shadows were longer, and the silence was absolute. There was no wind, no birds, no insects, just the silence. And then I heard the voice, close now, right behind me. Thomas. I turned around, and there it was. The figure standing just a few feet away. I could see it clearly now, and I realized that it was not a person at all. It was something else. Something that had been wearing a mask for so long that it had forgotten it was a mask. "What are you?" I asked. The figure tilted its head, like a bird trying to understand something. Its smile widened, stretching across its face in a way that should not have been possible. "I am what waits," it said. "I am what has always waited. I am what will always wait. Why do you call people?" I asked. "Why do you take them?" The figure stepped closer, and I could feel the cold radiating from its body. It reached out and touched my face, and I felt a jolt run through my body, like a static shock. "I take them because they belong here," it said. "They belong to the place beyond the gate. They have always belonged here." I shook my head. "No, they don't belong here. They belong out there in the world." The figure's smile widened even further, and I saw something in its eyes that I had not seen before. "Hunger, they. They belong here," it repeated. "And so do you." I felt a warmth spread through my body, a drowsiness that made my eyelids heavy. I wanted to stay. I wanted to walk deeper into the darkness and see what was there. I wanted to join the others who had walked through the gate and never come back. But I remembered what Earl had told me. I remembered the promise I had made to myself. And I stepped back, away from the figure, toward the gate. The figure's smile vanished. Its face twisted into something that was not quite human, not quite anything I had ever seen. It reached out and grabbed my arm, its grip cold and strong. "You cannot leave," it hissed. You have come through the gate. You belong to me now." I tried to pull away, but its grip was too strong. I could feel the cold spreading through my arm, up into my chest, into my heart. I could feel myself fading, slipping away, being pulled into the darkness. And then I remembered the warding charm. I reached into my pocket and pulled it out, holding it in my hand. The moment I touched it, I felt a warmth spread through my body, driving back the cold. The figure screamed. It was not a human sound, not anything I had ever heard. It was a sound of rage and pain and something else, something that I could not name. It released my arm and stepped back, its face twisted in anger. I turned and ran. I ran through the gate, out of the darkness, back into the world. I ran down the old logging road, through the trees, through the fog. I did not look back. I did not stop. I just ran as fast as I could, until I reached my truck and got inside and locked the doors. I sat there for a long time, my hands shaking, my heart pounding. The cold was gone, but I could still feel the figure's grip on my arm. I could still hear it scream in my ears. I started the engine and drove away. I did not stop until I was out of the park, out of the mountains, out of the state. I never went back to the Smokies after that. I never went near the gate again. I transferred to a different park, a different part of the country, a place where the fog did not roll in from the valleys and the gates stayed closed. But the voice did not stop. I still hear it sometimes, in the quiet moments when the wind is still and the silence is deep. It calls my name, soft and distant, and I have to remind myself that it is not real, that it is just my imagination, that there is nothing out there in the darkness that wants me. But I know that is not true. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know that there is something beyond that gate that has been waiting for a very long time. I have kept the warding charm that Earl gave me. I keep it in my pocket, and I carry it with me everywhere I go. I do not know if it works, but I know that it saved me once, and I am not willing to take any chances. Sometimes when I am alone and the silence is deep, I think about the figure beyond the gate. I think about its smile and its empty eyes, and its voice that called my name. I think about the others who walked through the gate and never came back. And I wonder if they are still out there, wandering the darkness, lost and alone. Or if they have become something else entirely. I left the Smokies 3 weeks after that night. I could not stay. Every time I looked at the mountains, I saw the gate. Every time I felt the fog roll in from the valleys, I heard the voice. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure, standing in the darkness, smiling that thin, tight smile. I transferred to a small park in the Midwest, a place where the land was flat and open, and there were no gates that led to anywhere else. I told myself it was a fresh start, a chance to leave the past behind and begin again. I told myself that the voice would fade, that the nightmares would stop, that I would eventually forget what I had seen. But forgetting is not the same as moving on. The first few months were the hardest. I could not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the darkness beyond the gate. Every time I tried to relax, I felt that cold grip on my arm, the cold that had spread through my body, the cold that had almost pulled me into the darkness forever. I started having panic attacks. I would be driving down a quiet road, or sitting in the ranger station, and suddenly I would feel that familiar weight in my chest, that pressure that made it hard to breathe. I would pull over and sit there, my hands shaking, my heart pounding, waiting for it to pass. I went to see a therapist. She told me I was suffering from post-traumatic stress, that I had experienced something that my mind could not process. She gave me techniques to manage the anxiety, breathing exercises and mindfulness practices. I tried them, but they did not help. The voice was still there, still calling my name. I stopped telling people about it. I stopped trying to explain what had happened. I knew they would not believe me. How could they? How could I explain to anyone that I had walked through a gate and found myself in a place where the trees were wrong and the light did not reach the ground? How could I tell them about the figure and the voice and the cold that had almost consumed me? I could not. So I kept it to myself. I buried it deep, the way I had buried everything else about the gate, and I pretended to be fine. But I was not fine. I am still not fine. I do not think I will ever be fine again. The warding charm that Earl gave me is still in my pocket. I carry it everywhere I go, even now, years later. I do not know if it works. I do not know if it actually has any power. But I know that it saved me once, and I am not willing to take any chances. I have thought about throwing it away. I have thought about leaving it in a drawer or throwing it into a river or just forgetting about it. But every time I try, I feel that cold settle into my bones, and I remember the figure's grip on my arm, and I reach into my pocket and make sure it is still there. I do not know what the charm is made of. Earl never told me, and I never asked. It is just a small leather pouch, tied with a leather thong with something hard inside. I have never opened it. I do not want to know what is in there. I only know that it keeps me safe. Or, at least I hope it keeps me safe. I started to notice things after I left the Smokies. Small things at first. A door that I would have sworn was closed would be open. A window that I had locked would be unlocked. A chair that I had pushed in would be pulled out. I told myself it was just my imagination. I told myself I was just tired, just forgetful, just not paying attention. But I knew, deep down, that something was wrong. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night and found myself standing in front of the door of my apartment. I did not remember getting out of bed. I did not remember walking to the door. I was just standing there, my hand on the handle, ready to open it. I stepped back, my heart pounding. I looked at the door, and I felt that familiar weight in my chest. I listened to the silence and I heard it. The voice. Soft and distant, calling my name. Thomas, come. I shook my head and went back to bed. I did not sleep that night. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence and waiting for the voice to come again. It did not. But I knew it was still there, still waiting. I started to wonder if I had brought something back with me from that place beyond the gate. I had walked through the gate, and I had come back, but what if I had not come back alone? What if something had followed me? I thought about the figure, standing in the darkness, smiling that thin, tight smile. I thought about the cold that had spread through my body, the cold that had almost pulled me into the darkness. I thought about the promise I had made, the promise that I would not go back. I had kept that promise. I had not gone back. But I was starting to wonder if the promise had been enough. I started to research the folklore of the Smokies more deeply. I went to the local libraries and read about the Cherokee legends, the stories of the places where the veil between worlds was thin. I found references to a spirit that was said to follow people who had crossed over, a spirit that would haunt them until they returned to the place where they had crossed. The spirit was called the Shadow Walker. It was said to be a creature of the in-between, a thing that existed in the spaces between worlds. It would follow people who had crossed into its realm, calling to them, luring them back until they finally gave in and returned. I did not want to believe it. I told myself it was just a story, just a legend, just something that people made up to explain things they did not understand. But I knew, deep down, that it was real. I knew that the figure was still out there, still waiting, still calling my name. I have not gone back to the gate. I have not even been to the Smokies since that night. I have kept my promise. But sometimes, I wonder if it is enough. I wonder if the figure will ever stop calling me. I wonder if I will ever be free. I think about the others who walked through the gate. Emily and David and Gary Pritchard, and all the others who had disappeared into the darkness. I think about what happened to them, what they became, where they are now. And I wonder if I'm any different. I walked through the gate, and I came back. But something changed in me that night. Something that I cannot explain. Something that I cannot undo. I still hear the voice. I still feel the cold. I still see the figure, standing in the darkness, smiling that thin, tight smile. I do not know how long I can resist it. I do not know if I can resist it forever. But I know that I will keep trying. I will keep fighting. I will keep holding on to the warding charm and the promise I made to myself. Because I know that if I go back, I might not come back again. I want to tell you one more thing before I finish. Something that happened a few months ago that I still cannot explain. I was driving home from work on a quiet road in the middle of nowhere when I saw something in the rearview mirror. It was a figure, tall and thin, standing at the side of the road, watching me. I slammed on the brakes and turned around. But there was nothing there. Just the empty road and the dark trees and the silence. I sat there for a long time, my hands shaking, my heart pounding. I looked at the rearview mirror, waiting for the figure to appear again. It did not. But I knew it was there. I knew it had followed me. I knew that it was still waiting, still patient, still hungry. I drove home that night with the warding charm in my hand, and I did not sleep. I sat in my apartment, with all the lights on, and I listened to the silence. The voice did not come that night, but I knew it was still there. It has been there ever since. I have been a ranger for over 15 years now, and I have learned a lot about the wilderness. I have learned to respect the power of nature, to be humble in the face of its beauty and its danger. But I've also learned that there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that have no place in any official report or scientific textbook. The gate is one of those things. I do not know what it is. I do not know where it came from or what it wants. I only know that it is real, and that it has been waiting a very long time. Sometimes when the fog is thick and the silence is deep, I think about going back. I think about walking through that gate again, just to see what I would find. I think about all the people who have disappeared, and I wonder if they are waiting for me to join them. And then I remind myself of what Earl said all those years ago, when I first asked him about the gate. He told me to stop asking questions I did not want the answers to. He was right. Some questions are better left unasked. Some doors are better left unopened. And some voices, no matter how gentle, are better left unanswered. So if you ever find yourself in the Smokies, hiking along an old logging road, and you see a gate at the end of the trail, a gate that is open when it should not be open, do not walk through it. Do not answer the voice that calls your name. Do not look back. Just turn around and walk away. Because the gate is patient, and it is hungry, and it knows your name. It has always known your name. I have been thinking a lot about the gate lately. I do not know why. Maybe it is because I am getting older, and the memories are starting to fade. Maybe it is because I have been away from the Smokies for so long that the fear has started to feel distant, like something that happened to someone else. But I know the truth. The fear is not distant. It is still there, buried deep, waiting to surface. I can feel it in the quiet moments when the silence is deep and the fog is thick. I can feel it in the weight of the warding charm in my pocket, the charm that I still carry everywhere I go. I have not told anyone about what happened to me. I have not told my family, my friends, my co-workers. I have kept it to myself, the way I have kept everything else about the gate. I do not know if I will ever tell anyone. I do not know if I will ever be able to. But I want to tell you one more thing before I finish. Something that I have never told anyone. Not even Earl. Not even the therapist I saw after I left the Smokies. It happened a few years after I left. I was living in a small town in the Midwest, working at a park that was flat and open and safe. I had started to feel like I was finally moving on, finally putting the gate behind me. I had even started to sleep through the night without dreaming about the darkness beyond the gate. And then I got a letter. It was from a woman I did not know. Her name was Sarah, and she was writing to me about her husband, a man named David. David had disappeared in the Smokies, she said, about a year before I had walked through the gate. She had found my name in the old reports, and she wanted to know if I had found anything, if I had seen anything, if I knew what had happened to him. I did not know what to tell her. I could not tell her the truth. I could not tell her that I had seen the gate open, that I had heard the voice calling my name, that I had seen the figure standing in the darkness, smiling that thin, tight smile. I could not tell her that I believed her husband had walked through that gate and never come back. So I told her what I could. I told her that the search had been thorough, that we had covered every inch of the area, that we had found no sign of him. I told her that I was sorry, that I wished I could have done more, that I hoped she would find peace. She wrote back a few weeks later. She thanked me for my honesty, for my kindness. She said that she had been searching for answers for years, and that even though I had not been able to give her the closure she wanted, she appreciated my willingness to talk to her. I felt a weight lift off my shoulders when I read that letter. I had not been able to give her the answers she wanted, but I had been able to give her something else. I had been able to give her a connection, a sense that her husband had not been forgotten. I still have that letter. I keep it in a drawer in my desk, next to the warding charm. I do not know why I keep it. Maybe it is because it reminds me of why I do this job, why I keep going out into the wilderness, why I keep trying to help people who are lost. Or maybe it is because it reminds me of the gate and the promise I made, and the people who walked through it and never came back. I have thought about going back to the Smokies. I have thought about walking up to the gate one more time, just to see if it is still there. Still open. Still waiting. I have thought about walking through it and finding out what happened to Emily and David and Gary Pritchard and all the others who disappeared into the darkness. But I have not done it. I cannot do it. The fear is too strong, the memory too vivid. I know that if I go back, I might not come back again. I know that the figure is still there, still waiting, still patient. So I stay away. I keep my distance. I carry the warding charm, and I listen to the silence, and I try to forget. But I cannot forget. I will never forget, because the voice is still there. It is still calling my name. I have learned a lot in the years since I walked through that gate. I have learned that the world is older and stranger than most people realize. I have learned that there are places where the boundaries between worlds are thin, where things can cross over, where people can get lost. I have learned that the wilderness is not just a place of trees and rocks and animals. It is a place of secrets, of mysteries, of things that have been waiting for a very long time. And I have learned that some doors are better left unopened. I have been a ranger for over 15 years now. I have seen a lot of strange things, heard a lot of strange stories. I have found people who were lost and people who were dead, and people who should have been dead, but were not. But nothing has ever come close to what I saw beyond that gate. I do not know what it was. I do not know if it was a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely. I only know that it was real, and that it is still out there, and that it is still waiting. I think about it sometimes, when the fog is thick and the silence is deep. I think about the gate, and the figure, and the voice that called my name. I think about the cold that spread through my body, and the warmth of the warding charm, and the moment I stepped back through the gate and into the light. I think about all the people who were not as lucky as I was, and I wonder if they are still out there, wandering the darkness, lost and alone. I wonder if they are waiting for someone to find them, to bring them back, to save them from the thing that took them. I do not know the answers to these questions. I do not think I ever will. But I know one thing for certain. I will never go back to that gate. I want to leave you with one final thought. A warning, if you will. If you ever find yourself in the Great Smoky Mountains, hiking along an old logging road, and you see a gate at the end of the trail, a gate that is open when it should not be open, a gate with a padlock hanging loose and a chain unwrapped from the thall. Bars. Do not go through it. Do not answer the voice that calls your name. Do not follow the figure that stands in the darkness. Turn around. Walk away. Do not look back. The gate is not a gate. It is a door. A door to a place that is not meant for the living. A door that leads to a darkness that will swallow you whole. The people who walk through that gate do not come back. And even if they do, they are not the same. They have been changed in ways that cannot be undone. They carry the darkness with them, and it follows them wherever they go. I know this because I walked through that gate. I know this because I came back. And I know this because the darkness is still with me, still watching, still waiting. Do not make the same mistake I made. Some doors are better left unopened. Some voices are better left unanswered. And some gates are better left closed.